Oh.
Michelle Hollowhorn Bear, Royal Yellowhawk, Robert Rattling Leaf,
Oh.
Charles DeBray, William Marshall,
Here.
Wayne Frederick,
All day.
Emily Boyd Valandra, Alvin Bear Hills,
Good.
Jerry Wright Plaint, Henry Wilcox, Lila Kills Insight, Michael Bolts, William Kindle,
Here.
Ben Black Bear III,
Out.
Marion Little Thunder.
Here.
That will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
Thank you. Yesterday, Nicole asked me if we could get our resolutions taken care of because there's so many, so we can get them out of the way because they weren't finished last time. Stand totes. Cowboy.
I'd like to excuse that from property.
Okay. I thought everybody gave me their excuse yesterday, and then Ben. Totes.
Good morning, everyone. Madam Chair, before we get started with the resolutions, Melissa and Jamie would like to take about 5 minutes of our time, if that's okay with everyone.
Okay, let me finish getting these questions and we'll
Yes.
bring her. Cowboy.
I'd like to be excused at noon today, for track meet.
All right. And then Marion. Oh, Ben and then Marion.
Same thing at noon.
At noon? Marion? 3 o'clock. 3? Anyone else need to be excused?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock? Darn it. That's losing quorum. Motion to approve those that are being excused today. Lila, second. Bill, question. Emily, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
Opposed?
1,
Not voting?
0.
We have 12? We do. Okay, Melissa?
Good morning, Tribal Council Administration. That is a resolution. I did attend a judiciary meeting last week, and for those of you who don't know the history of those 2 modulars that are in front of the facility, we're we're on a time constraint because we're getting those 5 houses from the 100 Homes Project, and part of that proposal with the foundations, the engineer advised those buildings need to be moved. So I went to judiciary. The recommendation was to demolish them. I did reach out to the local agency, and Ray was very supportive and helpful. He guided me on the bureau process. So I reached out to Tiffany Ewing. She's at the regional office, and our correspondents. She advised the tribe had 2 options, and one option was to demolish with a resolution, or the other option was to take those 2 buildings and do as you please. But as you can see, they're beyond recovery. You can see the sky, there's vegetation growing in them. We just need to move on. She did say that she requested some funding. However, once I get this resolution ratified by the tribe, I'm going to send it to her. And it takes 30 days for her to respond to the tribe. And if we were to move them and pay the upfront cost to remove these and demolish them, they will work on reimbursement for the tribe. She did say that, so they're working on funding for the demolition, so. But the 500 homes, they're gonna start digging here. And we're gonna start on the south side of the dirt road. So we're gonna leave the north side where those two modulars are towards the end of the project. Just because I want them to be removed. And I don't want to touch on the federal buildings, they belong to the Bureau, so I want to go in there and disrupt anything without nature. As you can see, those pictures that I posted are provided. So it did go to judiciary and they passed it, and so here it is.
Any questions? Okay, we have to bring it on as emergency legislation. Who's going to bring it on? Oh, Alvin, you have a question?
Yeah, I just, these are two buildings they're talking about in front of JDC.
That's
I informed him earlier that, they were eyesore asking if they could do something about that. Either donate the building to someone, you know, in a tribe or do something because the roof blew off and, you know, it's just a complete eyesore. Doors are open, everything. Every time you drive by, it's getting worse, you know.
Yes.
I asked him earlier during the council, he said, the building's going to BIA, so I think it'd be good to move those out of the way anyway.
Yeah,
I'll bring it on as emergency.
Okay, Totes. Motion to bring it on as emergency legislation by Totes. I need a second. Emily? Question? Ben? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Okay, motion to approve, Totes?
What's the number?
Good question.
like 80.
89, is it?
Yeah, number 89.
89?
Okay, Totes. I need a second. Second, Ben? Okay, Totes.
Okay, motion to bring on as emergency resolution number 2025-89, and I'm going to start at the fourth whereas. Whereas the Bureau of Indian Affairs Office of Justice Service currently owns building number AN33RO90166 and building ANA33RO9016667 on the site of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Adult Correction Facility. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Adult Corrections is expanding staff housing project, which is located on or near the BIA OGS buildings. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Adult Corrections Administrator is seeking to immediately remove the BIA OGS building with reimbursement from the BIA for any costs associated with removal. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Adult Corrections Administrator recommended to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Judiciary Committee for approval on April 4th, 2025. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Judiciary Committee recommends the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to adopt and approve the request for RST Adult Corrections to immediately remove the BIA OGS buildings with reimbursement from the BIA for any cost associated with the removal. And now therefore be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the recommendation of the RST Judiciary Committee for the RST Adult Corrections to remove the BIA OGS buildings and seek reimbursement from the BIA. Be it further resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or her designee is authorized and directed to execute any documents and required to remove the BIA OGS property on the site of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Adult Corrections Facility.
Any discussion? Not? Oh.
On this, you have, are you pre-planned on who you're gonna get to demolish those?
Thank you for bringing that up. We did seek a few vendors that we know, so I'm also, because you are on the air, if there's any other vendors that are out there that are interested in this process to send me a proposal. So we got a couple of proposals on how much it was gonna cost. I wasn't anticipating that number on the removal. So we have a couple options. We're gonna immediately move them out of the way and move them to a separate location, or we're going to tear them down there. So those are several options, but cost is very important too, because we have to pay upfront. And then seek that reimbursement later, which could take some time when it goes to the bureau. So, yeah, those are the two options.
I have to have a plan A and B because holy bucket, when they go to move them, they just might collapse, looking at the condition, the way they're in.
Yep. The plan B is to demolish them there and remove them like piece by piece. And so I got those two different costs associated with that. Initial removal or tear it down right there and discard. So that's what we're working on. So if anyone else is out there and hears this and they're interested in that job, that project, to reach out to me at the adult correction facility. Yeah.
Yeah, good morning, council. Good morning. Thank you for coming. How long have the buildings been out there? I'm just kind of curious. I don't know how long they've been out there. Who's responsible for them? And then, I mean, they look like some pretty good buildings, I think, that was there. So who was responsible for that? I mean, those are just my concerns, because if this building's like that, how many other buildings are like this also? So those are just my concern on it. I mean, I'm supportive of it, but just, there's gotta be responsibility somehow, somewhere. So just my questions.
Yep, they just kind of moved them there. And so BIA, OJS took on that cost associated. I don't know the actual amount. I heard it was a large amount of money that they used to move them there. And because it wasn't completed, there was stuff that wasn't completed on it. They just sat vacant. Water start running. We would call the maintenance department of the local agency, and they responded as they could. Water was gushing out of there, so my maintenance guys shut water off. They closed doors, so we were trying to maintain it the first few years. We're in 2025. It's been 10 years almost. So, just like the council representative mentioned, the roof came off and it flew where our staff housing are. We have children that live there now. Very dangerous. I have brought it up several times, but now there's no response to maintaining those, fixing them. It's beyond that, as those pictures show. Yep, to me, it's a waste of money. It was a lot of money that. For those.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I need a question for the motion. Wayne, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
Thank you, council. Thank you very much.
Council, just so you know, if you're getting messages about the sound, there's something going on in there and they're trying to get it fixed.
Yeah. Thanks.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, you're fine.
I'm gonna put the yellow highlight out first.
I know I know.
You got it?
Yeah. Because there's more.
Which one did you want?
No, they're all, yeah, these are issues. We'll do the. Everything that's going on, that's. Are you gonna share with the application? Yeah. I'm gonna pass out these.
Malia. Malia's gonna hand out, in the past when you guys selected. Is that, which one is that? When you selected for these committees, you wanted the, information on them, so she's gonna pass out their information that they applied for these. And we're gonna start with Transportation Committee, and we have two, we have to select 2 at large, and we have 2 applicants.
Ray was like,
It was 2 names, 2 each. Yeah,
Thank you. What's her name? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Two names.
One name, one person. I'll take that.
So we can start these? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah, I think it's,
did they get it fixed?
oh, no, it was something else. Oh, I didn't know about something else.
If you wanna see?
No one wants to do that.
When we do the, secretary or the administrative professionals day, council's gonna be challenged to do karaoke.
While she's still handing stuff out. So we're gonna break it down, my coordinators for the events.
Yeah. There'll be one coordinator from each.
It'll be like that board decides everything.
Yeah, and so, of course, we're the board, I mean, we're the committee, so we're gonna meet on the 21st, that's why we want to get these done now, so that we can have them there with us.
We're just not gonna have one coordinator. It'll be each person in their own special events, and then that's the board. Okay, thank you.
No, okay.
So that, since there's only 2 on there, after you review their applications, you could let me know if you want to just seat these 2, or if you want to re-advertise.
I know that, Mr. Moran is on the transportation committee, is he on any others?
Have they been vetted?
Or Techro, not transportation, but Techro? One, okay, I just wanted to.
I'm prepared.
But they've been vetted, right? Like, if we've asked them to check that.
I think so.
So do I need to bring the committee list up? Do I need to bring the committee list up to make sure? Oh, okay.
I don't have my reading glasses. Oh, yeah, I do. I have my reading glasses. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's over there. That's my glasses, either really thick.
And that's where you were contacts.
Yeah. You're welcome.
No, I have committee in front of me and he's only on one.
I'll make a motion to see,
Yeah, that's
make a
what I-
motion to see the Region Task Force and Clifford Rand Senior on the Transportation Committee.
Motion by Sherry, second by Wayne, question by Cowboy. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Wayne?
1.
The next one is, we're kind of behind, but we're gonna try to move fast with getting everything set for the fair. And so the next three are gonna be rodeo coordinator, Wachipi coordinator, and special events coordinator.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I'll make a motion to see Tanya Marshall for Special Events Coordinator since she's the only applicant.
Okay, do I have a second? Chris, question, Wayne, all in favor to seat Tanya as special events coordinator?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Thank you. Así se puede. Okay, wait. Sorry.
Are we doing rodeo next, or did we say?
So, I don't,
Rodeo.
I just jumped because Tanya was the only one.
Here you go. Oops. Okay.
All right. Madam Chair, quick question. Did any of the applicants rent the, rodeo last time?
Craig Lofton gave a report when we asked for the report.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay. You're welcome.
Yeah. So you pick one from each of these.
Then we'll go to the top two. And then pick the final.
Yeah.
So just pick one, sorry, I missed that. Which one?
You pick one. Pick one. If we have a tie, then we'll take out of the top two. Was that what you said, Wayne?
Yeah. Pick one, and we'll pick top two.
What?
For rodeo then.
All the resolutions that are here.
Yeah. You did a interview now, we put your name out. Wrote him in. You could tell when we get old, we have to break out a region.
I'm getting to that point where I start thinking about. Make sure that.
It's when you have to have teeth, eyes, and ears. Then you know. Okay, first one, Lafferty. Johnny Yellowhawk. Whitney Jones. Craig Lafferty. John Yellowhawk. Joe Ward. Craig Lafferty. Craig Lafferty. Craig Lafferty. Craig Lafferty. Whitney Jones. John Yellowhawk. John Yellowhawk. John Yellowhawk. Okay. Craig has 6, Whitney has 2, John has 5, Joe has 1.
Craig and John. Go around.
You didn't give them to me yet.
Are we doing top 2? Are we doing top 2?
Yeah, Craig and John.
We'll have to ask them for where they're at.
Craig and John.
Yep, so we'll ask them for where they're at. Oh, you have it? Oh, well, when he gets here, we'll pull it up then. Okay, so motion to seat. Craig?
We're doing a second.
Oh, you're gonna do the second? Oh, okay, sorry.
Top 2.
All right. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. You give me a slip, I wrote the wrong one on it.
Brenda informed me that we have applicants for the fair manager as well, but Wayne has them, so when he gets here, we'll.
John and Craig. John and Craig.
Craig? 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 John? 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 Craig? East. Craig? John? Craig? John?
Craig has 9 votes and John has 5.
Craig has 9 and John has 5, and this one is spoiled belly. So motion to seat Craig? I mean, yeah. Wayne, second by Ben, question by Sherry. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? Isn't there 14?
Yeah.
Okay. Next one is the Wachipi coordinator. Select one.
Can you tag it on this one?
Is that everyone? Keith looking. Mike? Oh. Keith? Krista? Mike? 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 Keith? Keith? Krista? Mike?
Can you kill that radio? Oh, there's totes.
Mike?
Has 8, has 4, Krista has 2.
Mike has 8, Krista has, oh, Keith has 4 and Krista has 2. You're gonna vote on the top 2 next?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So between Mike and Keith.
I asked that. Sorry.
Now I know who's feeling most. Everyone turn them in. Wherever hold your. Mike? Mike? Keith? Mike? Keith? Keith? 1 star? Mike? Keith? Mike? 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 And Keith?
Mike has 10, Keith 5.
Mike has 10, Keith 5. Motion to Ben? Marion? Question? Cowboy? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed? 0. Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
That's why I was missing. Because I didn't, your vote ready.
It's 12.
All right. We're gonna start with enrollment. They're on their way over. It should be in your plastic packet.
What are they bringing in? Are we rolling?
Yeah, they usually bring them.
Okay, yeah, she's on her way.
Is already ratified?
Yeah. I'll take some.
Question about one of the amendments, or one of the, things that were ratified. The governmental affairs, looks like the non-disclosure agreement. I don't remember doing that. Was I there at that meeting, Emily? It's under governmental affairs, authorizes non-disclosure of sensitive enrollment. I guess if that's the, has to do with the broadband, it should have came to economic development and the chair, and I didn't get to see that.
I'll have to look at the notes. I thought something came up, like we tabled it or it needed to go somewhere. Let me look at the governmental affairs.
That's pretty weird.
Yeah, I was just wondering why it didn't come through economic development and that I got to look at it, because at the last meeting, our, Hobbs and Strauss told us that they were gonna try to get around it, so I just would have liked to know what's going on, because if we're gonna sign an NDA, then, what information is included in that? If I could get a copy of that, that would be great. But no worries, that we needed to do it, I just kind of taken back that it wasn't brought through the committee chair.
Yeah, that's why, like yesterday, when I announced that next month when we start doing our agenda, that each committee chair needs to do a report on what's going on in their committee, and then at that point in time, we'll do all governmental affair resolutions, all budget finance resolutions, because actually that's the way it's supposed to be getting done, and we haven't for a long, long time.
Yeah.
So starting next month, when we have our council meetings, on the agenda where we start, we'll start with each committee chair. So those of you that are committee chairs, be prepared to give a report to council on what's going on in your committees, so that everyone in this circle is aware. And that helps, that communication amongst each other and the people.
Yeah, I think we're always ready to do that, we just never have time. We're always
Gonna get there.
Yeah, we're always ready.
Okay, are you ready with your enrollment stuff?
Yep.
Yeah. Leah. You gonna help her hand those out, please?
All right.
I don't do this
Should we go up
in
there?
public.
Yeah. Executive or off there? Okay,
When we come out.
okay. I'll have to, let's call us into executive motion in order to do the enrollment process. I'll declare us an executive.
It came up in February, but I don't have any notes for motion, so I'll have to go back and look at the actual minutes to see what it was under Eric. Not seen any motion. We didn't know if it was even needed. 23.
That's what I was thinking, because she said it might not be needed, but I guess.
My daughter's.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we're back on.
I don't know if it needs a motion, but I would just like to make it official that I will be stepping down off of the enrollment committee. I don't appreciate the conversation. I don't appreciate the conversations that are held in public or outside of public ear about our public. So, thank you.
Okay. So who is the vice?
I will be Dennis.
Okay, Ben, are you gonna read the motions in for the enrollment then?
The different resolutions.
Different resolutions. Okay.
They just start all over because we were executive.
54 to 58.
I think there's 59, yeah.
Oh, there's 59?
Yeah,
There you go.
there's one right behind 58. Those 58 and 59 are for interest.
Oh,
So can we just read it in and then actually go on to the resolution numbers also? That way it's the same thing anyways again. You guys are not saying any names on it?
Yep,
Okay, so I'll, begin, motion to approve resolution 2025-54. That's the first one.
need a second? Wayne? Go ahead.
Start with the third, whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is authorized to promulgate and enforce ordinance for the maintenance of law and order and to safeguard the peace and morale and general welfare of the tribe pursuant to Rosebud Sioux Tribal Constitution Bylaws Article 4, Section 1, A and M. And whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is authorized to enact resolution of members pursuant to Rosebud Sioux Tribal Article 4, Section 1, J. And whereas Constitutional Amendment C effective September 20th, 2007 provides that all persons that can provide 3 generations of lineal descent born on April 1st, 1935 to the members of the Rosebud Sioux tribe, regardless of the residence of the parents, shall be eligible for enrollment in the Rosebud Sioux tribe, and therefore be it resolved that all pending applications of enrollment shall be subject to this resolution and Article 2, membership of the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux tribe.
Question? Todd? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3.
Motion to approve resolution 2025-55.
Second, Totes?
Thank you. It's the same thing.
therefore,
Okay.
Just read, therefore be it resolved.
Therefore, we have to say the whole thing, okay. Therefore, be resolved that all pending applications for enrollment shall be subject to this resolution and Article 2, membership of the Constitution and bylaws of the Sioux tribe.
Question? Wayne, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
I don't have it.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3.
Carried.
Motion to approve resolution 2025-56. I don't have the.
Second, Totes? Read it.
Therefore, be it resolved that the pending applications for enrollment shall be subject to this resolution and Article 2, membership of the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux tribe.
Question? Question? Chris, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Motion to approve resolution 2025-57.
Second? Second by Totes. Go ahead, Ben.
Therefore, be it resolved that that all pending applications for enrollment shall be subject to this resolution and Article 2, membership of the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux tribe.
was that as amended with number 86?
As amended, yes. it was amended.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you get it? Okay, question? Question? Wayne, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
4.
Last two, they're both relinquishments.
Motion to approve resolution 2025-58.
Second. Wayne,
Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council approves the request for relinquishment of membership of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
question. Todd, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. Who seconded?
And this
Wayne.
time, Wayne did? Okay.
All right. Motion to approve resolution 2025-59.
Second. Phillips,
Therefore, be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council approves the request for relinquishment from membership of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
question. Todd, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. Can you collect these? Yes, Phillips.
Madam Chair, we have, Tokala on the agenda for 11. Can we hear them out before we break for lunch, please?
Yeah, are they here?
Yeah.
Yeah, bring them in.
I thought you're voluntary. Oh. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, council, we had, yesterday on the agenda for today, I'll be right with you then. Tokali and Agio wanted to be on at 11, so they're gonna be coming in. Yes, Ben?
She's stepping down from enrollment. Do we need to make a motion to accept her
Yeah,
step down?
yeah, we'll do that first. Who's gonna make the motion? Ben, motion to accept Emily's, resignation from the enrollment. Second by Chris. Question by Phillips, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 4. Motion carried. Thank you, council. Who is the leader here? Come on. You guys come up front.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself and what you're.
Morning, council and administration. Good morning, I'm the project coordinator for our Call International Youth Leadership Mentoring Program. And with me, I have 3 of my outreach specialists and a few members of our Central Youth Council. So I will let them introduce themselves before I get into our presentation today.
I'm with IPRP, Scott IPRP. It's nice to be here in front of you guys today.
I'm Daciati, Kiara Wilcutt, Imam Shafi. I thank you all for your time and being here today.
Hi, good morning. My name is Chico Rivera.
Hi, everyone, my name is Shelley Brave. I work at McDonald's Outreach.
Sorry. Tom Takia, PK1, I also work.
So what we didn't hand it out to all of you is so in June, we are planning to take some youth to the Unity Conference in San Diego, California. And what we raised so far is $4,200. And right now, the budget that we have that got handed out to you is what we're kind of looking at, what we still need to fundraise and whatnot. Right now, we sent out donation letters to all tribal programs. So we got a few donations back. We're waiting to hear on more. And right now, we're waiting on NABS, which is based in Minneapolis. They are going to give us a donation, but we're not sure of the amount yet. And right now we're looking at doing a presentation down there at this conference. I'm waiting to hear back on that from Executive Director of Unity. But my experience when I went to Unity back in 2015, when I was 14 years old, it was a really good conference. And I learned so much from that conference and made a lot of connections. I think continuing to take kids from this tribe every year, they make connections every year. They always come back with more ideas. And I'll let the three that went last year explain their experience and why it was important to them.
So last summer, I attended the Unity conference. We went to Portland. The energy there, where I didn't really know what to expect. For our first one, I never heard of Unity beforehand. And so when we actually went, the energy when we first got there was pretty welcoming. The event organizers held an opening prayer for everyone, and they introduced everyone into the conference holders, I guess. They explained what the event is and why they do it. And the actual conferences themselves were pretty engaging. We learned a lot from some of them. Got to meet some of the people, do some processes that changed their reservations for their communities. And I got to see a bit of the country as we go on there. I feel like it's really cool as far as I've been. My name. So I thought that was pretty cool. As far as the actual,
No, it was a full budget. Just
the actual funding and whatnot, I didn't really
separate.
I guess I wasn't really there. I'll just grab on with them with the council members, so I just helped fundraise with the food and whatnot. Overall, the conference was pretty fun. Got to make some connections, got to see a lot of places I would have gotten to see by myself. I think it changed my outlook on reservations and how we are treated by other governments as this operation.
Last year, when I went to Unity in Portland, Oregon, I had went into one of our workshops and we had talked about mental health and with the youth, and basically we explained that there is not a lot of opportunities, or not opportunities, but just like places for us to go to help us succeed. You know, there's not like here on this res where we could go and like have an outlet basically. And so that kind of made me realize what I wanted to do with my life. I graduated last year, and I kind of realized that I wanted to help people with mental health, and I wanted to destigmatize it as much as I can. And at that conference, I learned a lot about leadership and what I can do in my community to help. Even if I can't change the entire community, as long as I'm helping one person, I'm still making a difference in that person's life. And I would have never been able to do that without the Sioux Youth Council, and I'm very grateful that I get that opportunity. Thank you.
I'm just gonna build up the emotion uniting. But going to Portland was extremely fun, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without like living here. And it was pretty fun. I seen a lot of the country, met a lot of new people, learned about how different reservations were. So, it was really fun. Meeting a lot of new people, speaking out, and like with Kiki said, how she said it, the mental health and reaching out and helping other people. I really enjoy helping the community in any way we can. Really. The food sales are really fun to help out with, and helping the community is just really fun. It's something I enjoy.
I also went to Unity a few years back when I was a teen, and it's a really good way. It was a really good way for us to connect with other youth councils and other tribes and collaborate and try to better the youth country. So I think it's a really good opportunity for these kids.
We just wanted to come back here today too we're not asking for money right now, but this is just like an update on where we're at with our fundraising. And we're gonna continue fundraising up until maybe beginning of June, middle of June. But we will come back next month and give you guys an update on where our funding is. So is there any question?
Thoughts?
I want to thank you guys for coming down and, you know, they're always active in the community and what makes it nice is they're doing their own fundraising. And for the young man that just said I didn't come prepared with the speech, you did because you just spoke from your heart and that's where it comes from. You don't have to have anything in writing or on paper because when you guys are going to be out and about speaking a lot and mental wellness is very important right now. So whenever you do, just speak from your heart and it's going to be okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Chris and Sherry. And Sherry.
Good morning. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Like I just want to ask, have you guys run into any difficulties while you were fundraising? You know, some stuff that you'd like to share or anything?
Maybe like resources is one of our big concerns, like issues.
Yeah. So, you guys get treated well though?
Sometimes, you know, everybody, you know, you get treated. It's fun though, it's good. Yeah, like, I actually pretty good, you know?
Yeah.
It was pretty good.
Alright, because I know that in the past every now and then our group always ran into disgruntled adults, you know, and sometimes whenever you're first encountering that, it may be rough because you don't expect it from people when you're trying to do something big for our own kids, our own people from our own area. And anyways, I know that in the past that we struggled with adults because we didn't understand what we were doing, and so how we dealt with it though was like the young lady in the middle, you know, mental health. We really dove deep into that conversation, and at the same time too, we corrected those problems when it happened too. We were scared, but we still did it, and that made the biggest difference for us three over here, the older ones. But you know, going forward, if any adults or any people, you know, give you that type of feelings that make you want to, I don't know, probably fight them or something or say something mean, all these are tested characters. You know, they want to test. Everyone wants to clap for youth, but until we see them actually doing stuff, we'll try to break them down. We'll try to make them less than what they are. And all those are just tests of our character. You know, we can be what they want us to be, or we can be exactly what we are. And so I just want to commend you guys for raising the money that you have and for continuously raising the money that you are. And as well as taking these hits too, because I pay attention and I know that some adults can be mean towards the group. And I know it's not you guys' fault, it's the adults. But regardless though, when you guys come back in a month, whatever happens, you guys are going to go on this trip. And I'm going to guarantee you that it's going to be a fun trip because I heard the report last year. I remember our time there, and who knows what could happen on the way back. So thank you for being here.
Sure. Thank you. This is really awesome. Thank you for being here today. I support our youth, and I really like the fact that you guys are going to go to a unity conference and talk about unity and meet other people from other tribes and see what they're doing. Because coming from a impoverished reservation where we don't have much and our communities are spread out so far, it's very hard to coordinate things and get things done. But I just wanted to share an idea with you and maybe a possibility that we could throw around to start planning a local youth conference and to do some recruiting, because it's great to see that we have 6 students going and there's 5 chaperones, which I know we do need chaperones, but if we could have a few more students being recruited, and youth, I should say, being recruited and get to go experience this opportunity, I think that would be really great. I know there's a lot of resources that the tribe has as far as certain programs that have donation line items that could help support these efforts in the future if we did a local youth conference, just to see what types of things that our young people would like to see done and some to hear their opinions. So when you go to this unity conference, you can voice those on behalf of all the youth of the reservation. So maybe that's something we can talk about is planning something like that in the future, a year or two, if it takes 2 years to plan. But I would just like to kind of plant that seed, and if you guys could talk about that at your next meeting to see if there's something locally that you could do as well, to bring back what you learned and share that with our young people. And I would be happy to help volunteer, come to that meeting to help organize if necessary. So I just wanted to share that. So thank you. And continue to fundraise, and whatever you don't get, I'm pretty sure that the council will support this initiative. We, for lack of what people say, it seems like every time youth come, we do support them. And I do think having an organized group catering to our youth is important. When we sit around this table here, a lot of times we're focused on big issues that deal with the tribe. So it's very difficult to focus on our youth, and a lot of times your voices aren't heard. So I just apologize that always happens. But thank you for stepping up and coming here today. And
Budget and Finance will like to donate $4,000 right now until you guys come back with another number, just in case you guys need more. I know you guys will need more, but you know, fundraising right now. But we can make the motion for Budget and Finance. Council youth donations $4,000. So
Need a second? Votes? Any discussion?
Second.
No? Vote second already. Question, Wayne, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Thank you, council, and thank you, Togawa, for coming here today. I know I'm behind you, you can't see me because I'm too short, but thank you for doing this, because it's really good that you come and you give reports, because a lot of people that we support don't always keep in touch with us on what they're doing. To let the council know what you're doing, we're on the air, people are hearing what you're doing, and it's really good. I'm really proud of each and every one of you, and I hope that you get your full donation and you can travel and enjoy yourself and bring back. When you come back, maybe come back and give us a report of what you accomplished there and what you got to do. That would be fantastic. But thank you all. Thank you. Totes has something to say.
And I want to thank Shiley for those cupcakes yesterday. Outstanding. So if anybody wants to order any, we got a baker up here too. Thank you.
Wow. Alvin? I can stay standing so I can read.
Advise, and students, do you have tribal IDs? Because where you go on is, San Diego to Southern California is a Mexican state. I hope you know that. That's all I wanted to say.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wayne?
Just thank you for your reporting, but I was just waiting to shake your hand.
Okay, so go through and shake hands.
Thank you for supporting the youth always, I appreciate all of you.
Thank you.
Pardon? From Council Demolition, from the youth.
Thank you.
1500. Because I didn't know. Oh, he left. I didn't know that he left. He left. But I saw. Oh, that one.
Yeah, we call him baby. Thank you. Call him baby. Call him baby. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Thank you. Thank you. One thing I wanted to say about this youth group is I'm really proud that they all introduced themselves in our language. I think that one day it'll be good for us when we first start our meetings that we introduce ourselves in the same manner. When I travel and I represent us, I've learned within the past so many years to always introduce myself in our language. like Bob said, it's up to us to learn, and I have been learning. I didn't grow up with our language, but I learned from my in-laws, the people that I'm in Hochoka with. And I enjoyed myself yesterday. I and Lila were visiting, and I was actually able to have a conversation using our language. And it feels good to hear our language and to use our language respectfully to some of our people. Lady, do you want to bring your resolutions up before we take a lunch break or after?
Yeah.
Didn't you have some other ones you needed to bring up?
You just have one for ARPA.
You do?
Or the same?
Same resolution.
Okay.
Do you need them to do exact one for us? No? Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Council, I only have one resolution. It's for the ARPA office. And, materials for HTC to build, those 10 houses they're supposed to build. I haven't had to look it over, but they asked me the tenants if they can order materials for the 10 houses. After this resolution, then sometime today, I'm not sure whenever, Kathy and Lori, more about it. There needs to be a little bit of discussion about the sometime today. I think that the disconnect date is coming up here pretty quick. They have got cut the 10 or 50% that they're supposed to get for the rest of the year didn't come, so they don't have any money. We spent like a couple $100,000 of our general account revenue money appropriated for them to cover last month's disconnects. But they don't have enough money now to deal with what's going to happen this month. Well, she has a couple proposals here, so sometime this afternoon that I would recommend that you invite her over here so we can talk about that. You guys are going to start getting calls here. It's going to be long on that.
Mike?
Yeah, just to add to that, as I was leaving home this morning, to come down here, watching the House of Representatives and the budget bill that the House of Representatives didn't deal with last night, they were dealing with this morning, and it looked like it was on its way to pass. Which, that's Trump's big, beautiful bill. Doesn't bode well for October 1st next fiscal year, but we'll see. We were hoping it wouldn't get passed, but it sure did. Times are gonna get tough, guys. But they could. That kind of goes in line with what we just announced. Yeah.
But anyway, Council, this resolution that's in front of you is from the ARPA office, and it's requesting that you authorize the ARPA office to purchase $559,769 in material for HDC towards those 10 houses that they're building under this 100-home project. I'm not sure if you want to bring it under emergency legislation.
Mike goes for emergency legislation. I need a second. Wayne? Question totes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Mike, emergency legislation for 2025-90.
I'll move for approval.
Second? Need a second? Chris? Go ahead, Mike.
Let's see here. Six, whereas Sioux Tribal Council approved resolution 2025-43 on March 3rd, 2025 to ensure that funds, ARPA, that funds,
Yeah, ARPA funds.
that's, there's a
Typo.
typo there, one of those funds should come on there. ARPA funds allocated to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, which will ensure that all funds will be spent within the federal deadline of December 31st, 2026, and amend the existing procurement policies to include transactions of $125,000 and above shall be subject to approval by the tribal council. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approved resolution 2024-362 on December 11th, 2024 to authorize an interagency agreement between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and the RST ARPA Construction Office to administer the Rosebud Sioux Tribe home budget to include the procurement of goods and services by one agency department or part of the government. And whereas the RST ARPA Construction Office entered into a contract on December 31st, 2024 with the Ojibika Housing Development Corporation, also known as OHDC, to implement the OHDC housing project, which consists of building homes to provide affordable housing options, economic recovery, and improving public health. And whereas the purchase of construction materials, including but not limited to lumber, insulation, plumbing supplies, electrical components, roofing, and windows, is necessary to support new housing construction and rehabilitation projects intended to improve living conditions and support long-term community recovery. Whereas the proposed expenditures for construction materials have been reviewed for compliance with the final rule published by the U.S. Department of the Treasury for the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds, which permit capital expenditures related to affordable housing and supports equitable recovery efforts. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has identified Homestead Building Supply located at 104 North Main Street, Gordon, Nebraska, as the preferred supplier of construction materials for the completion of 10 houses to be constructed by OHDC. Therefore, be it resolved. Oh, wait a minute, one more. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the purchase of construction materials from Homestead Building Supply in the amount of $559,769.04 using ARPA funds, provided such purchases comply with U.S. Treasury regulations and ARPA eligibility requirements. And therefore, we
Lori said she can come now.
and there were shopping around efforts, made to arrive at this supplier. It was the cheapest.
Is there any discussion?
I'll call for the question if there's no discussion.
Sherry, question, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
I have a question for Wayne. Moving on to materials now for HTC. Did we move on, or did ARPA move on getting us a resolution to assist signing gravel so we could build that road for the houses?
I haven't seen one. Have you, Mike?
What's that? I'm sorry.
ARPA was supposed to try to find some money to give to sand and gravel to do some of these roads into these housing sites.
I'm not aware if they have it done or not.
Okay.
I'll check up with it.
Brian?
Yeah, I'll make sure it's done now. But council, I guess Lori just called and she's on her way over. So while she's coming over, I'll have her pack. There's two different proposals here that she's offering. So while she's coming over, you guys can look them over.
Yeah, we'll tell maybe Mike or Wayne or Scott, Budget and Finance, Nagoki, we can go through cost of living for this fiscal year 2025. Mike.
Budget and Finance hasn't discussed it, but we usually follow Head Starts.
I started with theirs at 2.23%. And I think all of our programs budgeted at 2.5%. They would have it in their budget.
All right, move on. Yeah, make a motion.
2.35%.
All right, yeah, I'll make a motion on it. Move on it.
Effective October 1st.
Effective October 1st, if I could.
Hold on, Mike. So Royal made the motion, Coach second. Now you can discussion.
If it's effective October 1st of the upcoming fiscal year, I don't know if it's advisable to be making motions like this, spending money that we're not sure whether we can afford it or not. And impact general fund more than anything else. But if this new budget that Congress approved this morning, if they follow through with this 30% cut across the board, cost of living may not be doable.
We're not gonna have.
That's just my advice. The future is unknown at this point. Yeah, comes to financing.
Any other discussion? Emily?
I just had clarification, it was for next year, not this existing year, like it wouldn't be retroactive?
FY24.
So it would be retroactive?
Well, it takes some time.
So that's our current budget right now, not next year?
They have it in their budget.
Wayne, do you want to answer Emily's question?
I believe his motion is for this fiscal year, make it retroactive to October 1.
And we have the funds?
I had our accounting staff do some numbers. I was going to present to the committee tomorrow. I think the majority of our programs for this year can handle it. Might be a few stragglers that will have to come out of general, but what Mike's talking about is next year. But I mean, if you want to do for this year, it's fine, but these programs and employees have to understand that come October 1st, they're not going to get a cost of living next year. In fact, there might be a reduction in salaries or a reduction in costs. And I know earlier we had asked all these programs to give us a budget of what a 35% cut would look like. And not all of them submitted it because the different programs said we're already funded for the fiscal year. Now I understand that, but we just need to know what that looks like from October 1st, because this fight is not over yet. I want all the employees to understand that this budget fight, we've got a reprieve right now through a continuing resolution, but the administration is still fighting hard for these cuts. So, I mean, to do that this year, it's fine for the most part, but next year there might be a big reduction in salaries force, because then they're going to know that.
Or there might be a reduction in their employees, but with the reports that they sent in, they also sent their plan in for what would happen if they would have to do a RIF, and what would happen, if they were to have to cut employees, how would the program still provide the services from their program to the people? And so they did send that information in as well. Folks?
With that, did all the programs turn that in, that requested for the
There's still a few that haven't, but the reason is, like Wayne explained, some of them, they're different funding sources.
Yeah.
They have different situations. Some have already expended.
Yeah. Some programs, their budgets would start like in April, so their fiscal year is different. Those programs felt that they didn't have to, but I'm sending out another memo letting them know that this does not pertain to this fiscal year. This pertains to what's going to happen next year. So hopefully the rest of them will submit then.
So this could be it for any cost of living or anything, because like you said, and for the listeners, come October, things are going to change. So we should all be prepared for and planning A to Z. That includes our households too. We have to start setting up budgets. We need to just keep in mind that come October 1st, things are going to change. And I know that with those requests that you guys gave, they gave you guys different options also.
Yeah,
For the
they are
employees.
getting prepared, but Lynn, we'll send out another one and we'll make sure we have everything.
Okay, and then if we can, you know, with these changes that are coming up, if we can get something out to the people to maybe start our newsletter, get it, and if things change daily, on a daily basis, weekly, but, you know, we need to start preparing the Oyate also for the changes that are coming up, because some of these services may not be allowed anymore come October. So it's gonna be a big change, so we need to include everybody in all this also.
Thank you. Question? We need a question for the motion.
Effective date.
Chris,
What's the effective date?
October 1st. Oh, Hina.
October 1st,
And what's the
2.35.
Okay. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mike,
Oh, sorry, Mike.
a word of advice, it's not gonna be a popular thing to hear, but it's my responsibility as the finance committee chairman to suggest that, you know, we need to get away from this thing about making motions from the floor here, you know, to expend money. You know, we should not, it's not a good idea to be expending funds in this fashion or obligating funds in this fashion anymore. You know, we need to follow the process. Because the times dictate that we need to get away from this spontaneity way of doing things, you know, especially when it comes to spending money. Irregardless of how, you know, good and noble the cause is, you know, we need to stick to the practice of planning and following the process and giving thought and consideration to the decisions that we make. You know, we do business, we continue to do business like we're used to doing. That's how we're gonna end up in trouble one morning. We're gonna wake up and find out we got big problems.
So did you want to entertain a motion to do that?
Yeah, I mean, one thing to talk about tough times coming, hey, when the tough times, you better get ready for them. You know, you don't wait till they hit you in the face. If you do, it just makes the job at that point much, much harder. The young group, the youth group that was here this morning, you know, we have about $15,000, $16,000, $17,000 left in our youth donation account. You know, and that's gotta last us until October 1st.
Thank
So
you.
do you want to do that as motion, Mike, or do you just want,
No,
is it just to council to start following the protocol?
Council, you know, to the
Yeah.
council.
Because the protocol is that when you're requesting funds, that it go through the Budget and Finance Committee and then come forward. We have Lori here. Oh, sure. Did you want?
I guess with that, I'd like to say that I hope the Budget and Finance Committee takes caution and thinks things through as well, because I did see a reimbursement to a community for $20,000, and my community was upset about it last night. So I just want to say the committee needs to take that same.
You know, you're exactly right. Tell you what, honestly, I had the same emotions when we were dealing with that.
Okay.
But, sometimes that's a hard, thing to handle, you know, because you're gonna get criticized, you're gonna be the bad guy, you know. And, I'm just as guilty as as anybody, you know, when it comes to rolling over.
Okay, Council, we have Lori here to go over the two proposals for LEAP. She can explain what's going on with LEAP. Thank you, Lori.
Good afternoon. Did they get to read it?
Yeah, they got to read it.
So you just here to ask questions?
Do you guys have any questions on what was handed out regarding these two options?
It's assistance.
Maybe you can kind of explain the options to them. I mean, they've got it in front of them, but maybe just to start the dialogue, kind of explain the difference.
So, the proposal for Summer LEAP 2025, historically, as you can see and read, council has always given us $500,000 to run the cooling season. And you guys voted on, you know, one of three proposals that have been presented. It's historically been zero income families and elders over the age of 60 with an income of 22,000 or less. It used to be 21,000, but I moved it up because of inflation. The reason I chose 21,000 as a cutoff is because a person who works full-time at $10 an hour, they make $20.80 a year. So that was my reasoning why I made that. So proposal A is to continue that historical funding to help zero-income families, elders over the age of 61, that non-working households that make an income of 22,000 or less. That's proposal A. Proposal B is to help zero-income families, 18 to 59, and if we help them with $150 a month, that's going to be $647,100. If we help the 719 families with 125, that's going to be $539,250. Elders, 150 would be $322,200. 358 elder families, 125 at $268,500. So if we decided to help all 1,077 families, and that kind of bumped up, with 150 a month, that'll be $969,300. If we decide to help all 1,077 families with just 125, that'll be $807,750. So if you guys approved proposal B, we would need an additional $469,300 to help every family with 150, or if you choose to help every family with 125, we would need an additional $307,750. To run the zero income and elder only, that would be $482,550. There's a proposal C to just help zero income and elders 60 and over with an income of 21,000 or 22,000 or less, non-working households. That'll be $432,000. For zero income and elders that make 22,000 with 100 or 125 is 432,000. To help them 150 for the 6 months, it would be 518,400. We've already got the approval for the 500,000 for the cooling season, but it's now you guys need to say, well, you guys, we either help the zero income and elders over the age of 61, 21,000 or less, 60, or we're going to just help everybody with 125, or everybody with the 150 that are LEAP eligible, or zero income and elders with 125, and zero income and elders with 22,000 with 150. So those are the three proposals. Historically, you guys always just chose to do the zero income and elders over the age of 60.
So our share, so LEAP's covering the majority of it, but each one on the end there, it's either 432,000 or 518,000?
No, so the cooling season is tribal funding only. There's no federal funding. We're done with that. So the cooling season is what you guys, the tribe puts in to help whichever we have eligible funds you choose.
I just wanted that clarified for everybody, that they understood that it's tribal funds and not federal funds.
But we're in new territory. We're in Indian country, Indian territory.
And we explain the difference between the federal funding heating season and the cooling season tribal funding. We go out into the communities and we explain that. We also have that in the letters of certification for the people. We also explain that as long as funding is available, which will lead me to the second proposal, but we need clarification on the summer LEAP so that we can get our letters out. Because the first bill is in May for their April usage.
I have a couple of questions, Laurie. First of all, council, correct me if I'm wrong, Laurie, but the council already appropriated $500,000 in the general account budget for the cooling season.
Yes.
But because the remaining funds from the LEAP program did not arrive,
Yes.
we had to tap into that, and we used like 200 and some thousand of that to pay the March cutoff. So people's
February and March, the propane and the some of February's bill.
So, and it does not, unless, correct me if I'm wrong, but it does not look like we're going to get the additional funding.
They're still working on the 10%. They don't know now if it's going to be 9% because they think that DOG will be keeping the 1%. And that would be up to Secretary Kennedy. But they're still working and they think we might receive it at the end of April, but we're not supposed to hold our breath.
Yeah.
So we budgeted, right now, our budget, the general fund is down to somewhere over $200,000.
Correct.
So I think we have 229,000 for the cooling season. And that explains the second letter.
And the other issue that you need to talk about too, when you're talking about appropriating monies for this, is I don't think she has money now for the cutoffs that are going to come up here next week or whenever the cutoffs are.
For the March bill, which is in April, what we've been telling the LEAC clients and reminding them that in the letters, it states that as long as funding is available. We don't have any funding and we tell them that. We've also been telling them that depend on what the council decides today. If you guys decide to approve us to help all the families across the board with 125 each that have received utilities, that's what we'll put on their bills, but that's not going to prevent them from being disconnected.
Yeah.
Emily?
Oh, thank you, sorry. So just two quick things. Is it, because there's so many unknowns, should we wait until the end of this month until we know for sure if it's not our goal, so we know if we should set that aside? Because it sounds like with all the unknowns, are we planning too soon?
No, not at all. This is to pay, the first bill, the 125 is to pay for the March bills.
I thought you already did that with the 500,000 that we already allotted.
That was, I just clarified that. I said February and March propane. Yeah, we paid some electricity and some propane in February.
But there's still more for March?
So your March bill starts from March 1 and ends March 31st, however many days are in March. That's your April bill is your March usage.
Right.
So the April bills came out and we don't have the money for that.
How much are they?
Well, what we've been telling individuals is because our letters tell them that if there's no more federal funding, we can't assist anything because there's no availability. But because I've talked with you, treasurer, and the chairman about what was coming up, I had said what we could do is ask the council to pay for the 125 and pay that all across the board for everybody.
For the April bill.
For the April bill. So we've been telling people that if they're eligible,
if you guys approve to take their bill and subtract the 125, and that's what they're going to be responsible for. If they're getting disconnected today, it's because of a February delinquent bill that they haven't paid.
So right now, the number one demon is the April bill.
Yeah, for the March.
Yeah, and right now, we have somewhere over $200,000 left in the general fund.
So in order
Take care of that.
to, yeah,
At that point, we
that's what I was
have
asking.
down to zero, and we've got
For all of
the May bill,
500,000.
the June bill, July bill, the August
August bill, September bill. So that's 106,250 is what we can pay for the last month of March, the heating season, at 125 for all 4 utility companies. And that total is 231 households. 850 households because 231 already received their propane.
Okay, so can I ask real fast? So if we wanted to do exactly what we did last year at 500,000, we're gonna have to give you another 400,000 because we've already spent that much?
300.
266,250.
And that'll get the 500,000 plus April and May and the ones you said we should.
That'll go up until September 30th.
For what category?
The cooling season. And that's what you guys are gonna decide, whether you guys wanna help 0-income families, elders over the age of 60, whether you wanna help with the 150 and the 125, and how we broke that up was 0-income families were eligible for the 150. Elders that had an income of 22,000 or 10,000 or less was eligible for 150. Elders that were 60 to 91, if they had an income of from 10,000 to 22,000, we paid 125. And that cost is 482,550. So that would be minus that 229 that we have. If you guys decide to help everybody, that's the second proposal. All households that are on LEA. That is going to be the 469 that we're going to need extra, or the 307 that we're gonna need extra. Aside from the 500, or including what's left in there.
To answer your question, and correct me if I'm wrong again, if we're gonna wanna help individuals with the last of the heating system, which is the April bill, we're gonna have to tap into that $239,000.
Wipe that out.
And so that's basically gonna wipe out our general account.
That's what I was asking, but it was kind of
And
confusing.
so once that's wiped out, if we choose to go with the cooling season, then you have to pick one of these options, and then you have to reappropriate whichever option that you approve into general account. So it's either gonna be 360,000 or 400 and some thousand, whichever one you approve of. That's how much more you have to replenish the general account.
Yeah.
And
So if we wanted to do exactly like we did last year at 500,000, what option is that?
So that would be option A.
Okay, and I'll figure out my confusion, sorry on that one, but so real fast, my last question is, this is like the cuts to the services, right? So what does that mean for our staff? Like, are we planning for that, are we covered to keep our staff on?
Yes.
For all along, or is that separate, or how does that work?
No, we've got so we're still covered under the federal funding up until October.
So staff is covered, just not giving out funds?
Not the cooling season. So the Rosebud Sioux tribe is the only tribe in the nation that helps their members with the cooling season, because federal LEAP ends March 30th. And then there's programs that run all year long, but they do a lot of the administrative work that needed to get done all year long.
So we get federal funding all year long, we don't have all year long.
Cooling season.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Some of my questions were with what she asked, but for the listeners right now, so we're gonna have to come up with some money to carry this through. And for our listeners right now, come October, we might not get any funding, right?
Depending on what Congress approves.
Right?
Absolutely, but and I don't know if the ones that were sitting on council back when I first came on board in 2018, 2019, but I brought Trump's budget in, and he budgeted 0 for LEAC each year. But Congress, because we were Democratic heavy,
we were able to get those budgets through. One was under the Department of Defense, I believe, and the other was under Farm Bill or something. So we do have champions on the Hill that are fighting for the continued appropriations of LEAP, of energy, of other areas in HHS. So the HHS cuts don't just affect LEAP. The only reason why you guys are hearing that is because I've been trying to put out there what's been going on. But the morning I got the email, I also sit on the National Utility Energy Affordability Coalition. I'm part of the Public Policy and Placement Committee. I'm also an advisory committee. So I got an email at 10:30 that morning from our executive director notifying us of what had occurred. At 11 o'clock that morning, Cassandra out of our NIADA also gave me information about what had happened. I asked if we could draw PMS. I came to talk to Wayne that afternoon because I was doing another report, and he was like, why is nobody telling us? We have our tribal chair, our vice on the Hill, we have several council reps on the Hill. Why is no one letting us know this? So he calls and he says, Lisa, what's going on up there? She said, oh, Rounds just canceled the meeting and we're waiting here at the hotel. He says, you guys need to get to HHS. There's been some major risks. And so they didn't even know about it until I came over and told them. And so we have several national organizations that are fighting for the funding because they cut, or the staff that were let go was LEAP, or Department of Energy, the LEAP staff. It was affecting TANF, SNAP, childcare, child support, and head service. So we signed some letters, we contacted some individuals to help with this. So in the end, this was Trump's first proposal. I'm sorry, I didn't get to hear what you said to her.
I said, this isn't the time to try and throw people under the
I'm
bus
not
about
throwing
being
people
up
under
there.
the bus, I'm telling you what's occurring.
And I'm speaking right now because we've had administrators go to DC and we've never received a report from any of them. So this isn't the time to say that we had our vice.
To a point of order, but stay on the LEAP issue.
So what's happening is we have a lot of people who are fighting Murkowski, Warren, Sanders. They called for a hearing for HHS secretary to be at the Hill on December 10th. They rescheduled that till after Easter. They want to know what the plan is, but they're also reminded us that they can make all of these employee changes, but they can't affect Congress appropriations. So if Congress still appropriates the monies to all these programs, they would have to figure out how they're going to be getting that out to the people.
And for the listeners, we do have people up there that are going to continue to fight for us when these changes come down. But for as far as us around this table and our directors and stuff, we need to not wait till the last minute to bring things in, and we need to let the public be aware of these things. So like right now, you know, we're hoping come October, we get our money, that we don't get no less. But we get our money. But it's only fair to the people that we let them know in terms that they're gonna understand. And we've been asking for this, and it's not happening, so we need to really make it happen. But there was a motion maybe last month or maybe last month that council look at the LEAP list also. There was a motion passed.
And with all due respect, first of all directors do get out to their people. We've been making phone calls when people call us. I've been on the air. We put it out on Facebook. We didn't know about these changes till April 1st. That was just last week, and it already changed. There's people already going to be put back to work and getting together lists of names, titles, and positions, just the way they did with IHS. Secondly, the request for that list is totally violating the rights of the people who are on LEAP. It's unethical for you guys to see a list, and the reason I state that is because Stephanie had told me about it. I called
Point of order,
RDC
Stacy, on this.
office.
Well, she asked about the list, so I'm responding to that. So.
Point of order, let's go back to why we're here. We need to get this approved.
Yes.
We need to get this approved. That's why it's here. Let's get back on task here.
And just that it's gonna
Let's
take-
make a decision on this first before we have any
Now,
other discussion.
once we approve of whichever one we approve of, it's gonna dip into money, so we'll have to find money. Just making them understand, right, Wayne? We'll have to find money now for the rest of the cooling system.
And I do know that there's been program directors that have been asking, we need a meeting because they're saying, the council wants us to make all these cuts. Council wants us to start looking at them, but what about the cuts that they're going to make? Are they going to take a decrease in their salary?
Point of
What are they
order,
going to do?
I'm not gonna sit here
Stay on
and
our
listen to
task.
somebody talk to us about our salaries again. It's just not the place or time
Okay,
for
Sherry.
it. So my question is, as far as, FY 2025, how much did you pay in late fees?
No.
No
Not
late
very
fees.
little. And the reason I say that is because when we have to do crisis payments, we have to pay the full bill for the individual, and that included their late fees.
Okay, so you don't have so you did pay late fees?
For crisis, and that was very little.
Okay. But you
So
don't,
what we do is we make a payment after the 10th, but before the 15th. So we don't have that $5 late fee. And we do that across the board, and we've done that for years.
well, I'm not questioning that. I'm just wanting to know how much of this is late fees. That's all.
Okay, and I could get you that if you'd like that.
Thank you. That would be good. And then as far as this 266,250 to assist the April bills that were the March billing season, how much were we short from the
Okay.
money that we previously allocated?
So we have 230,000 so far in general accounts. And the 500,000 would have been for the 6 months, April through September.
Okay. April through September, that's the 500,000 minus the 230 that you already paid out, leaving the remaining need, but there's a remaining need of 266,250. Okay, so we're still short a few thousand? From the money that was already previously allocated. That's what I'm trying to calculate, I'm sorry.
So what I did.
That's a lower rate.
Okay.
125.
Just the 125 across the board.
Okay,
But what I did was I immediately came to Treasurer Boyd when I found out what our budget was gonna look like and what we could do in February and in March, and I said, I'm gonna have to take from the general account, is it okay if I do that? To pay the March bills, and then we have to pay some propane bills, and he said, yes, we can figure that out. So that's why I'm here today, is to figure it out.
okay. And then my last question is, as far as, I see, oh, here it is, right here. One does not need a medical condition. So if we have somebody, like you said earlier, that makes $10 an hour, but they have a family member that lives with them that's on oxygen or something like that, and they can't afford their bill, and they're not an elder, but they have like a youth or a family member that's on there, do they qualify for this funds?
It's just zero income. And the reason that I have that on there is because if you're an employee, let's use that as an example, and you make $10 an hour and you're budgeting your money, you also have the eligibility to do a tax loan. You can do $250 or $500, and they take it out in 4 payments.
Or a tribal member, or
For
tribal
tribal
employee.
employees, yes. So if you're on Social Security, disability, GA, and I have letters from each of the entities, when you get that extra 100 to 200 on your checks, it's because you're telling the government that you have utilities to pay. So their checks also have to pay their bills, and that's why LEAP is only a supplement to that payment. So we have reminded people not to depend on LEAP, and I do remember telling President Bordo that when I was first asked, I contacted Vicki Pretlow, who was my DC liaison, and she said, what are you doing to get people off of REAP?
Okay.
What goals do you have in place?
Well, full employment's the only option, because in a place with 86% unemployment, it's really difficult for
And that's
people to.
exactly what I told her. That's what I told her.
Thank you for relaying that. So when it's LEAP funds, that it's federal funds, I get that there's those regulations, but when it's tribal funds out of our general account, that makes a whole new slew of regulations that can be decided upon by this body.
Absolutely, and you guys have made that decision, and that's this, zero income or elders. But if you guys want to help other individuals, then you guys would have to think of the cost.
Yeah, oh, I get that. I'm just saying that right now, what we're choosing to do is just adopting the state standards or the federal standards. And I know this is just a Band-Aid right now, but I do think that it's, you know, it's necessary. I just was concerned about people on oxygen, especially after COVID. So many people have been impacted by that. So that
Your
was.
concerns are my concerns, because one of the things that I did talk to some people about is, you know, they would call and say, well, I'm on oxygen, or this one's on this and that. And I said, oh, I totally get it. But you know, if you have those problems, you are accountable for your house. You are accountable to make sure that your bills get paid. And if you have oxygen, that should be one of the first things that you figure out. Take your bills, subtract whatever REAP is you're certified for. That's what you're responsible for, because when you're getting disconnected, it's from a 30-day bill.
I get that, and I think that it offends a lot of people to hear that, because we have such a disconnect with money, and our people have money trauma because of the state that we live in.
Absolutely, I agree with you, but things have to be said. Otherwise, we continue to allow the enabling and the entitlement, and we can't do that, because Bolt's brought up earlier, with the Trump administration, what type of money is going to be cut? We don't know. And what is the tribe going to do once they say, oh, REAP, you're out of here? I think SNAP, they're trying to reduce all single people from being eligible. So that means that people that are getting 200, I believe it is, they're no longer going to get that. How are they going to eat? Because they're not going to have that. So those are things that we think about, but we also have to have people be accountable and responsible.
Yep. No, I get that. I'm just saying that, you know, if that was me and I came to you and I was in a bind that month because I had doctor's appointments and I had to prioritize those, and you said that to me, I'd be really upset.
Oh, I would be upset too. But then you also remember there's
No,
a lot
I'm
of
just saying, I'm
programs
finished.
that
That's
services.
fine. I just wanted to say, just please be kind to our people and don't be demeaning to them.
I am kind.
Thank you.
Does anybody have, ready for the motion as which option you're gonna use? Wayne?
Wayne.
Pardon?
My question's to Wayne. Wayne, you said that we have a line item roughly from about 300 and some thousand left.
When the council passed their budget for this year, they included $500,000 for LEAP for Somerville. But because of what happened with the LEAP funding, and we had that cold spell last month, we didn't want anybody turned off. So we used about $230,000 of that $500,000 to keep those guys' lights on. So now we only have $220,000 left of the general account money for the summer cooling.
Oh.
But in addition to that, LEAP didn't get all their funding, so she doesn't have enough money to address even the heating system, which ends this month. So we have two issues you have to look at. One is the cooling system, which now we only have $220,000 left to deal with.
Okay.
And the other is what we're going to do with last month's utility bill, because she doesn't have the money to pay it, because she didn't get all of her money from Congress. So those are the two issues we're talking about today.
Okay, so she has to use that 200 that wasn't spent in order to carry the office. Okay, so we don't have any money in.
In order to pay for March bills.
Yeah. So the total amount that I'm requesting is $266,250. $106,250 will go to everybody's bill of $125 for March.
The remaining 160 would go to the added amount that we have, and then we would be able to carry until September. But that depends on what proposal you guys decide.
But I mean, I thought there was money left in the pot.
There is,
So then,
there's
you just said
229,000.
that you use that to carry your office
That
until
was
you get
the-
reimbursed.
Okay, that was so we had 500,000.
Yeah,
And then we subtracted the 260 to pay for the February. So we have 290,000 in there right now, 230,000.
but he just said he had to use that to carry your
We're
office.
going to, no. For the one that isn't paid for the rest of the heating season, that'll eat up almost all of it, which is why if we want to do it, the actual cost is 482,550. So almost a whole other 500,000 will be
Right.
needed if we want the same as we did last year.
So, no, we would, if you
That's what it
guys,
says in red right here.
okay, so if you guys read this,
Yeah, it's right there in red. It bolded.
I am requesting a total of 266,250 to assist 850 households with 125 for the March bill and an addition of 160,000 to assist zero-income families and non-working elder households. You're right, because what I should have did was added the 266,000 is 106,250 to pay everybody's bill in March for 125, the LEAP eligible. The 160 is what I need added to pay up until September because we have a total of 230 already in there for the cooling season.
But what I'm getting to is the elders from 60 to 90s.
That's our lowest.
Is 179,250.
At the lower rate.
At the low rate. So I was trying to point out that if we still have that money in that account, we can obviously cover that one. And then we could go into deliberations and try to work on a budget and try to find some more money. Because if we had that money, we could cover the 179,000. But you're not asking for peanuts like that youth group came in for, 5,000, I mean, we try to dig up 482,000 when there is no money coming in.
Okay.
We need to have some time to review that kind of thing.
So the 482,550, if you, and I should have done that, subtracted the 230,000 that we have. So in this letter, I'm requesting a total of 266,215. That's the 125 for all LEAP households for March. Also, the additional money that I need to work through to get done to September.
Could you cover the elders?
That with the proposal A, that's what would be covered. So we would be covering the.
Without a lot of extra funds, could you cover that?
Yes.
Wayne, can we cover that? Without having to go into literally digging in every corner to try to find any more money and plucking every tree you have hidden back there.
It depends on whether or not you want to help these guys. The bill that's doing right now, disconnect, she doesn't have any money to pay that.
Yeah.
So the only money we have to pay that is to tap into that 230,000 in general account.
Right.
That was obligated for this summer. And so if you don't want people's lights to get off, get cut off, that's what you're gonna have to do. But when you do that, you don't have any money for the summer program.
For the summer.
So then which summer program you want, depends on how much money you're gonna have to appropriate.
Simple as that.
Yeah, but the math isn't mathing, like,
Yeah.
what she's saying and what the paper's saying and what you're saying are not adding up to the same thing.
Yeah.
It's very confusing.
Yeah, and I apologize for that because as you were asking, I was like, yeah, you're right. So this one in the first paragraph, if we paid all the families that are LEAP eligible that have had electricity minus the 200 and something that already received their wood and their propane, if we paid the 850 households of 125, we would need 106,250 to pay that March bill.
That's something that this.
Keeping the lights from getting shut off.
No, that's to give them all something to be fair, to put it all on their accounts. Some may not get disconnected, but some will be getting disconnected because they haven't paid their share in February.
And then my point is also, we're doing this off the cuff. We do not know where we're at financially. So the only thing I can do is look over at Wayne and say, Wayne, what's your idea that you could cover? Because we're doing this off the cuff without looking into our own budgets.
The only money that's really available right now, without going back to staff, is that LATC money. I mean, whatever monies you appropriate for this, have to come from there. And, you know, I could probably find other resources that will take me time, but to do that today, that's the only place that's available right now. I think we have about 2.8 million, 2.7 million in there.
Wayne, if you're done, Mike's next and then Emily.
Yeah, you know, this, how many, of the March bills that we have to use the remainder of general account money to pay off, if you pay it off, you liquidate that at the rate of $125 per, how many people are gonna still owe and get shut off?
I was going through that disconnect list this morning because that's what they sent me.
Is it gonna be substantial?
Kind of not really.
Okay, and the reason I ask that is, you know, what if somebody has, somebody that really doesn't have money to pay their light bill, owes $250 as we speak, and you're gonna pay $125 for that, they're still gonna get shut off.
Absolutely.
And you're gonna have that, we're gonna have that problem staring you in the face when you go back to your community.
Well,
Now, if it's just a dozen people or so, that's one thing, but what if it's a whole bunch?
With Terry Todd, they just sent me their disconnect list yesterday afternoon. So I started matching who we help with and what they owe, what we would help with, and then what the remaining of the bill is. I have that, I could.
I'm asking the question from the standpoint of, people are used to getting their bills paid, and all of a sudden, one day, you know, the tribe's paying part of your bill, the rest you're on your own. Well, hell, you're on your own, you ain't got no money, you know.
So we've been sending the energy conservation out. We've talked with individuals and reminded them. You know, on your letter, it says as long as funding is available. Since February, when I went back, I've been telling people, you gotta need to start conserving. Trump is gonna start cutting these programs. What are we going to do? I even broached that to Wayne and I approached it to the president.
For them to hear that from you is one thing. We bail them out when that's what they're used to.
Absolutely.
I hate to put it that way, but that's, you know, that's what people expect.
Yeah.
You know, so. But, and we need to, I know we don't like talking about this, but this is a good exercise, because we need to prepare ourselves for some difficult decisions.
Absolutely.
You know, and it's gonna bring out some heat in here, you know, it's just the way it is.
Well, just look at what this little conversation brought up.
So.
Emily?
Now, we can take care of, what's owed over there now, you know, and it might take a little more than the 250 or 230 what's left in general fund, but then you got the rest of the heating season. Cooling system, so that's what people need to hear. It ain't gonna, when it comes to May, your May bill, it ain't gonna be business as usual, you know, you may be on your own, so you better keep your lights shut off, or you better not use your electric cook stove so much. That sort of thing, if they do, then it's on them, you know. And I'm sorry, but that's the way it is, you know, that's the way it's gonna be.
Well, we have working people who have to budget their money and have paid.
Yeah, I wanna say one more thing. I can remember when I was working for minimum wage and I had a family, there was no such thing as LEAD. I paid my bills, you know. I don't think these things are that much different, this day and age, you know, for working people.
No, there was a 2% raise from Terry Todd on April 1 for the kilowatt.
All I'm saying is I remember I had to pay my bills, and when I was making $5.50 an hour or $6 back in the day, and that was on the lower end of the, you know, the pay schedule spectrum, I paid my bills, you know. I didn't get my lights shut off, but didn't have money left over for other things, but we didn't have any choice back then, because there weren't these great programs, but now these great programs, they've been disappearing for the next 3 years, you know. So.
Absolutely.
People need, but we need to make it as easy as possible for people to transit to reality.
And we've been doing that. In fact, I got a call from one of the elders out in Green Thunder. And she said, you know, Lori, she said, everybody likes to talk about LEAP, but I want to tell you one thing. As old as I am, I appreciate that you helped me grow up. You helped me realize that we had to pay part of our bills. She said, where before they used to pay it all.
One of the things, Mike, that is added to this is when LEAP is paying a percentage and the tribal member is responsible for a percentage, in my office and in Lisa's office, we are also having people come, and discretionary is dwindling down because so many people also come to our offices and ask us to help with their electricity every month. So it's, we really have to start helping our people learn that independence and that responsibility, because with what's going with Trump right now, it's going to get harder and harder. And I might end up coming back and saying to Budget and Finance, we need more money because our discretionary is being used to help the people. But for us to continue helping them, we're going to need more money. But at this point, we're okay.
There's one other option this body has. We decide when it comes to general fund and the money that we have to spend over, we decide how that gets spent. We want to make LEAP number one priority. We can continue to afford to do what we've been doing. Ain't gonna be much left over for any other things we like to do, but that's an option too.
So right now we have 1,777 families on LEAP. We have 2,300 and some odd households across the reservation from all 20 communities, north, south, east, and west. So what I've been telling different individuals that I've worked with is that we vacillate between almost under half of our households that qualify under the federal poverty guideline of 150. But I'm sure we still have some out there that we have not been able to touch. But I think our highest number about a year or two ago was 1,194.
Emily and Lila.
Thank you. Oh. Sorry, I look at my notes here, kind of got distracted. So earlier when you mentioned that there's a possibility of getting reimbursed, but you won't know until about April, is that for the winter months?
Yeah, so if they give us the 10%, that's 104,000.
And so that could potentially cover some of that. And so that's why I was asking. And the reason why I'm asking is it's very apparent that this is a big conversation that needs to be had and that's probably been put off for far too long. I mean, just looking at things like you want to be able to kind of preach to our people about budgeting and whatever, that's really unfair from this where I'm sitting, because even if we had every job that's currently vacant right now filled, we would still have an overwhelmingly high unemployment rate because we simply don't even provide enough jobs. So when you look at that, you look at our wage scale, we know we're not meeting it. And so like it's very unfair to say these things. I understand why you're in a privileged kind of position to say that you don't have to deal with it from this side, but from sitting right here, it's really hard to say the things that you're saying to our people, knowing that it's not their fault. A lot of our people are in this and it's not their fault. And so I just want to go out there and say that we shouldn't be talking down on our people in a way when really we're trying to help. So if we really are trying to help, why have we not looked at opportunities to incentivize working families? If this is really an opportunity for us to not be poor Indians and only give money to poor Indians, then why are we not looking at that wage scale? Because if you're going off of, what did you say, 21,000 is $10 an hour, that's not even minimum wage. I think the minimum wage is 11 something. So it's like, what are we doing for our people? So it's like our own help is doing the exact same thing that you say you're trying not to. We're doing that.
And that's council's, that's your guys' role.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that putting it out. But what I guess I'm saying is there a way that we can kind of pause a second. If you have funding, it seems like you still are tied into that. We have a couple $100,000 that you can get us through this next month and wait to see if we are gonna get that reimbursement at the end of April, because I think that $100,000 could change a little bit, as well as allowing us some time to get our budget. Because if the full need is to help our people, knowing that there's gonna be a 2.5 or is already a 2.5 rate increase, and then we're gonna give them less funding for that, I think that's, you know, a little bit problematic, especially with the timeline. Our people have been like this for a long time. Sending one letter out, preparing yourself isn't really, from my perspective, all that we can be doing. So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for us to pause a little bit, maybe decide, yeah, use up that money if we need to, if that's what we're gonna help with, and then get a meeting set up, because it's apparent that there's a lot of conversation that needs to happen to make sure that we're making the best decisions to meet a need that we haven't even identified as our need.
Can I respond?
Wait, it's gonna.
I just would make a recommendation like what you guys are talking about, just give her an administration authorization to use that general account money to get us through the heating season. Whatever it's gonna take to pay the bills so that people don't get disconnected for next month. But you're gonna have to set up a meeting in the meantime to discuss how you wanna deal with the rest of the year.
Yeah, and that's
Yes.
Well, that's up to you. And what she's proposing is only give everybody eligible $125 a month. But that only amounts to $109,000. There's $230,000 in there. So she has some leeway to work with if you want to authorize her to spend all that money and then deal with the summer later on. That's your guys' decision, so.
I'd like to respond to her.
Just one quick one. That cooling season, what's like the deadline before that has to be decided?
I'm sorry.
The cooling season part, what would be like the last minute deadline that?
Maybe. That's why I came in now, because I have told people that whatever the decision is, we'll be getting out letters. In fact, I'm going to be at the tribal community chairman's meeting on Saturday to explain this with pamphlets so that they can get it out to the community as well. I've also started scheduling time to go into communities and start this.
Lionel's been waiting to say something.
She wanted to respond. Oh, so with all due respect, it's confusing when you have some councils that come in and say, you need to teach them how to budget. You need to tell them up front what's going on. You need to be forward. And so you what? Then I come to another council that says, you know, you're demeaning. You're not doing this, you're not doing that. But we've done that. We've tried it. We've also been out in the communities. We've been making phone calls. It's not like I'm just sitting there, okay, we got a letter out, let's be done. We do everything that we can. In fact, there's been council reps that call me saying, what can I tell our people? So I tell them. I've had community chairs call me, Lori, 11:30 at night. I need this understanding because you're the talk of this texting. Okay, here's what you have to tell them. That's what I thought. That's why I'm going to the community meeting. So we do get things out in different venues. We do try to meet with our constituents because I understand what it's going to be like. I'm not privileged. I live from paycheck to paycheck and I've got to budget my money, just like everybody else. So we do work with our individuals. We answer all their questions. We do send out letters. We are on the air. We do what we can. And I understand there needs to be more discussion. And it is confusing, so my apology to me, I understood it, but I can break it down. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming, Lori. I really feel like, you know, this is a tough discussion to have, and we gotta find some solution right now because today's cutoff day. And it's a long time coming, but we do have to find a way to instill in our relatives that DOJ has started.
And I said this morning that they are now, it's affecting our finance office with their rules and what they're wanting from us. And if we don't comply with what they're asking, no money. You know, which is, they're dictating everything to us. And it's scary. It is very scary. But the other thing too is, I really would like to see us collaborate. However many we can ask for our program, somebody, we got to collaborate and maybe go out and, you know, or even here in the parking lot. Anybody who receives LEAP and you want to know your position or where you're at with your account with LEAP and Cherry Pad, we can, you know, come and then we'll explain all this to you and help you, you know, how we're going to pay your bill. Or do you have somebody in your family who does that for you, or are you the person, you know? But it's tough because we do have the poverty. We have hunger. We have poverty. We have, you know, it's hitting us so fast. But, you know, what do? There's no money. I'm sitting here thinking, we're going to borrow from Peter to pay Paul to tell Isaac, you know, it's like, what do we do? What do we do? There is no money. And we're so used to a quick fix, but we're still going to worry about the summer, the cooling season. And, you know, I always, you know, I was listening to the treasurer give his suggestion, but that's still a fix. It's still a fix. And this is the 11th hour again. And I don't know how council feels about doing that, but it sounds like, because budget finance is still gonna have to deal with this, is, you know, do we want to take the treasurer's recommendation and, you know, take care of this today, you know, and then we're still going to have discussions with LEAP, with Lori and LEAP. So how are we going to do this? Is everybody comfortable with taking because I'll make the motion if we're okay and comfortable. Mike, you okay with his?
Let me clarify. So if you guys say that it's okay for us to use the remaining 230,000 that we have, that'll wipe it out because Cherry Todd's bill averaged between 170 to 180 every month, 180,000. Lake Creek averages anywhere from 25 to 30,000. Rosebud averages anywhere from 2 to 3,000. And Winter Municipal averages about 7,000. So that would wipe out if we maintain them at the LEAP rate. If we do it the way that I recommend to do the 125 across the board, and you're right, that's not going to help everybody, but that's 106,000 for all 860 families that are on the utility portion of LEAP.
And that would give us some time.
Give us some time.
If you guys allow me to spend the 230,000 on all the bills, then yes, that'll give us another month until May when the cooling season starts for the April bills.
And that's based on the LEAP mod.
On the LEAP numbers. So we have an individual who's eligible for $350 right now. His bill is $643. So even if we paid the $350, he would still need the 300 more. And we have met with families, especially the ones that have high bills. We've met with them, averaged out their bill, and told them what they can start doing or give us an idea what they can start doing to lower their bills. And they have been. I've gone to elders and taught them how to use their card to pay their bill online. And so there's been 3 that have been doing it that way too.
Well, it's a start. We'll get there. You know, we will get there. And we got to work at it as a team. We can't do nothing without each other. So, I have full hopes that we are gonna make progress. But, we're besides ourselves. For our listeners out there, council has their hands tied because this all comes from DC. So here we are, we want to take care of our people. That is what we're here for. And we want to do it in the best possible way for, our treasurer as well, our money keeper, and helping keep our people afloat,
Because that was just 5 days ago.
Wow. Yeah.
And if you guys read my letter, I did reach out to not only SWA, because they do usually 200,000 at the beginning of the heating season. I said, could we get 100,000 to assist? They haven't even received all their money, so they declined it. I called Dave Gull, my counterpart up in state, and I said, is there any monies that the tribe can use to cover this? And he said, our DOE monies have been paused since the first time. We have no access to that. Our LEAP money is running out. We're going to end. Colorado and another state, their LEAP ended in February. And those are the coldest states, but they didn't get any extra help. So I called Vicki Pretlow before they let her go on the first, and I said, is there any carryover in reallotment monies that I can write for? And she said, there's nothing. We don't have access to that either. So I came here as a last resort because I did try to problem solve and get monies some other way.
Yeah. And I thank you for that because that's what you do, so if council's in agreement with this, I'll make a motion. Okay. Motion to go with the treasurer's recommendation on utilizing the general account money.
So you're gonna make that as a motion?
Yeah.
That would amount, the 106 that she's requesting, or
just what do we want to do?
It was that 200, that was.
At 200.
At the LEAP rate? No, that's it.
229,000.
If we have enough to do that LEAP rate, I would feel more comfortable because if we're gonna be doing a lot more changes and lowering it to 125 potentially for the summer, like I'd like to give them as big as a cushion. But that's just one suggestion. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, council, I'd like to ask you to make a motion and move it forward so that she can take care of the people before this cutoff starts. That's the purpose of us
So I'll
bringing it on
just
right
make
now.
the motion with the treasurer's recommendation.
For the 220.
And that would be to use the general account funds up to 229,000 to pay the March bills at the LEAP rate.
Yes.
We need a second. Marion, question? Todd, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed? 0. Voting? 1. Motion carried. Chris? Oh, Stan?
I just wanted to make a comment on the way of saving a light bill for your home, for the homes that are heated by electricity, like a coal heater or electric baseboard heater or electric furnace. You can have a heat meter installed in your home. Electric will install it to your home for $25. You just add it on your light bill. And they monitor your heater for the winter months. Then you get a discount on your light bill. Trey Todd, I've installed a lot of heat meters for Trey Todd. And with Trey Todd, you have to hire an electrician to do that. And I've done a lot of them. But at Lake Creek, you just pay, they'll install them. You just pay them $25. So this is a suggestion to lower your light bill, because I know some of the light bills out there can easily run to $400 to $600 per month.
And with that, Stan, I know that we've contacted you before because Terry Todd and we were trying to figure out a way on how we can get those lowered. They did offer that, as well as their hot water heater. Some people pick it up on that because when they run those meters, they'll start getting high during the time and then they start going low when their electricity, the use of the other electricity. And then at night, it'll fill it up when there's less electricity being used. They'll fill it up for hot water for the next day. Some of the people are adamant saying, I don't want people to be telling me when I can and cannot use my water. So we tried that. I met with Sioux Council, the manager. We discussed getting those thermometers that will go off during the night to a comfortable amount, and then will come on during a certain amount of time, go low during the day, and then come back on when you're getting ready to go home. We even talked about installing those, and we talked with ARPA about, this was way back when, about getting some of that, because we've been thinking about ways to help the people concerned there. And so that's why I think I would like to have more information on that energy thing that was brought up on the floor yesterday, because that would be a way to go. I would really like more information on it from Representative.
I used to work for the County Schools, and they had a program where, and I think it's still in effect, through Cherry Todd on hot water heaters. In fact, get a program that was kind of made for the working class. In the morning, the hot water heater would be on, and then when you go to work, they shut themselves off. And it's programmed in. Then closer towards maybe middle part of the day, they might come back on, or again towards the evening.
Yes.
Just to save electricity. That's all I have to have. Thank you.
Okay, before we end, Betsy suggested that the proposal for summer layout is going to go to budget and finance for discussion. Then it'll come back. And after Emily, I'm going to break us for lunch.
Thank you. I was just wondering if you could maybe set up a meeting for us. I think it'd be really helpful to have a meeting with Leah, with council, but also including maybe people like Resco or even housing on some level, because I think that we need to have a good plan involving all of those about what the high rate, low rate, the budget, all of that for our summer plan, like that's the immediate need. But I also see a really big need for this bigger vision, including education, because the education is really needed. Look at how our homes are so outdated. Like a new breaker system would really help a lot of these families. We all know that. But one thing that I wanted to caution, when we're talking about conservation, like the newer research is actually showing that if you leave your temperature thermometer at a state, not up and down, that saves more money than trying to go cold and then raise it to hot. And so establishing better communication that is meaningful, I think it's going to be really helpful. And I think if we tie in maybe TUC and RESCO, and there might be some different avenues to help spread the awareness and education. So is that something that need a motion, or can you know?
We'll work on it.
And thank you for saying that, because I did want to leave with the date on when we could meet again.
Definitely before May, if we need to have that answer before May. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Emily. All right, council, I'm calling us on lunch break for an hour. Be back at 2:30.
Darn it.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.